Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome each and every one of you for this program, for this sacred and spiritual experience with the divine. Perhaps many of you have had such spiritual experiences in your life before, where you have experienced, you've had a taste, a glimpse of something that is beyond your mundane, unconscious lifestyle, and something that attracted you, something that pulled you into the spiritual world, the world of Hinduism and other ancient traditions, which are based in spirituality. Perhaps you have experienced different realms, or you have understood higher cognitions, truths about Sanatana Hindu Dharma. But in some way or form, maybe you even lost hope, maybe you lost touch and you forgot, and you got caught in the cycle once again of anger, fear, greed, and have lost even the remembrance, even the memory of those experiences. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has always encouraged, he's always supported human beings to empower their possibility. Swamiji beautifully says, you are a possibility and you can awaken yourself at any time. You're not an end product. You can always awaken yourself to the highest reality, the highest experience of life. And beautifully, Swamiji also says that when you experience that ultimate bliss, that ultimate experience, your mind will never stray away. So welcome to this experience, your taste, your glimpse of the ultimate, the sacred experience of the divine, where you will be introduced to the divine cosmic beings. And today we'll be introduced to Devi Parashakti. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti, and it is from her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black hole goes on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva. And the first and foremost relationship that you experience in your life is mother. The ability to learn, even your idea to relate, starts with the mother. And the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness, and it should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. Connecting with life as a mother is the most sweetest, beautiful, and easiest form to ever connect. Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to us, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So let's take a look and understand what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Samadhi is a Sanskrit word and it's split into two parts. Sama is oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect, and Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through a certain aspect. And today, darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or enlightened being. As such, just seeing a being can cleanse karmas of lifetimes and create deep and lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continues to radiate light. Now, there's fundamentals that we have to understand about Baba Samadhi Darshan. That first, the divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, and divine cosmic beings manifest through Archavataras, the deities in temples, and the Nijavataras, through the Baba Samadhi Darshans and the incarnations. Baba Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatar, manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sarira and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. And Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Raja Rajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatar, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Arshavatar reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Arshavatar directly. The avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create experience of superconscious energy in all of us. The Baba Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process, improves immunity to disease. And during the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal and empower and transform our lives. And during the Baba Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar, where neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the avatar can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And Akashic readings are not a prediction. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. Beyond space, creation and destruction happens simultaneously. And in the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because Akashic records are stored in Akasha, the space dimension, there's no past, no present, and future. That is why we call but we as happened, happening, and yet to happen, and are clearly already recorded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given this science beautifully to the whole world. So let us now understand a brief introduction to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the KAILASA Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. and declared as the successor of the Arunachala Sarvagnapeetham by Guru Parampara at the age of 16. Founded the mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally at the age of 21. Founded Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham at the age of 24. And declared as a successor of the Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvagnapeetham at the age of 26. The incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajam of the Surya Vamsa lineage. And the reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvagnapeetham at the age of 29. And coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvagnapeetham at the age of 30. And officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar at the age of 35. Coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhana of the Tanjavur Adinam at the age of 36. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhana of the Tiruvarur Adinam at the age of 36 again in 2014. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Vedaranyam Adinam at the age of 36 once again in 2014. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam at the age of 37. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Pita Kolada Math at the age of 37. And elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders in 2015. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers, and leading the world's greatest Hindu nation and digital Hindu nation with 1 billion lives enriched and billions of lives enriched. In 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food bank, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices, through various international agencies and bodies. And authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. You can visit books.nithyananda.org in order to download any one of these books. And over 20 million copies of the books and articles sold, read, and downloaded. And established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million Palmolive scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. And over 10,000 hours of discourses, over 1 billion views on social media, respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as the Upanishad, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. Honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, and acclaimed as one of the top 100 Spiritually Influential Living Personalities by Watkins, Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The reviver of the Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu Diaspora. The establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. And the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems. The founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagna-Pitas. So with this, it comes to a conclusion of the segment in today's program. And very quickly, we'll be joined by the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans in order to move into the next, in order to demonstrate the extraordinary powers for each and every one of you to see that possibility with one initiation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be joined now for the next segment of today's program after a quick break.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। Nithyanandam. Welcome to today's Manifesting the Extraordinary Shaktis of Parashakti. Today, we'll be entering to the Power Manifestation segment, which is manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, reading and seeing with your eyes blindfolded. The Balasans, Nityananda Yogis, the initial disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experience and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers which is awakened in us through Diksha. In today's Bhavasmaya Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening and various other powers for the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers, which is the third eye, seeing with your eyes completely blindfolded. Third eye is a cosmic browsing center which is located between our brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye just as you do with your two eyes. So what are Shaktis? The Vedagamas, which are so scriptures. The Vedagamas, with the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, the divine powers. Shaktis are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine. You need to manifest divine, and not you are a man, you need to reach divine. Let us learn what are the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. The Shaktis expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection to the divine and high integrity with the Guru. The Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapasa penance for enlightenment. Siddhis on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. The Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent. Siddhis may divert you from the space of enlightenment. Paramashiva is a primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, the five cosmic acts of Shasti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign leadership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Throbhava, pulling out a delusion, Anugraha, which is liberating grace for all living entities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is an 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced science. It was where the science of enlightenment powers and Shaktis was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences, transmitting it to the world at record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed on from one generation to the next through Diksha initiation by the enlightened Gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiation in knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation. From the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivignana and Paramashivignana. So, how to awaken the divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is a jnana, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as a possibility and power of every being, prajnana. Now, let us watch a short video of what is Diksha getting transmitted from the avatar to the disciple. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidence, which are called pramana. The Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana, which are the experience or results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. Atma Pramana, which are the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar, personal experience of manifestation. Praktiksha Pramana, which are called the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures with applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, which are called the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from the Shastra source scriptures is called Shastra Pramana. Let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. We have the Shastra Pramana, which is a scriptural reference to manifest this power of third eye. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadyad lakshayed lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. In the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna on the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through his third eye. Atma Pramana, which are the Swamiji's own words, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degrees, 10 directions, below me, everything. I realized not only was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. Praktiksha Pramana, which are called the study measures and comparing metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and in meditative states. When you are doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. When you are in the deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the brain is rest at peace. Sakshi Pramana, which is this rare sacred science of third eye awakening, is being made available for the humanity for the ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic state that surpasses all bounds of time, space, and matter. Swamiji, gifting this pure great science of third eye awakening along many other spiritual sciences through initiation, Diksha. Billions of people have been initiated by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the most profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life. Let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration, the live Sakshi Pramana, the demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasans and Nithyananda yogis.
Paramashivoham.
Now we'll be entering the power manifestation demonstration directly, which is the manifesting the live Sakshi Pramana demonstration of the power of third eye. Today we'll be learning about what is gratitude and what Swamiji speaks on where everything which happens in life is a gift and how to overcome many different problems in your life through the space of oneness by just connecting with them. Let us all now connect ourselves in the space of oneness with Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya, having the simple cognition Paramashiva is real. Swamiji having just being integrated to Swamiji, dropping all your other thoughts, your emotions, your ups and downs, your obstacles, your reasoning towards Swamiji, and just to experience and manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Now, let us all take few minutes and chant the Mahavakya, remembering Swamiji in our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Gratitude, what and why? When we recognize that we are part of the total scheme of existence, that we are lovingly taken care by existence every minute, we are overcome with gratitude. We become truly thankful for what we receive every moment, even if it is a basic as the use of our very limbs and crisis. There are many religions in the world today. Each of them emphasizes one particular approach, such as prayer, austerity, surrender, etc. But there is one thing that cuts across that's cut across all these and connects you directly to the divine energy. That is gratitude. Gratitude is the greatest religion. When I tell this to people, they wonder, how can gratitude be a religion? Why should it be a religion? It can be a social habit but not a religion. Everything is a gift. The main reason why you miss experiencing gratitude is that you take everything for granted. You feel anything that people do for you is your birthright. Understand? People could be doing something else instead of doing things for you. So, it is really a gift from them to you. You have to thank them for it. So now we come to the conclusion of today's power manifestation demonstration, where we saw what Swamiji speaks on gratitude and how we have to live a most thankful life. As Swamiji tells, every single thing which happens in your life is a gift. By manifesting this power of Paramashiva, you have the powerful cognitions inside you to manifest the state, space, powers and powers of Paramashiva and experience Paramashivatva ultimately. So by the end of today's Parashakti Akashic reading session, we'll be having the same guided power manifestation session for all of you to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Stay tuned for the next session after the short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. I hope that each and every one of you had a beautiful chance to be able to watch the extraordinary demonstration of powers and see for yourself the potential which each and every one of us have with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is awakening inside of us. And I'd like to take a few minutes and just remind each and every one of you to like, subscribe, follow in all of the various different social media channels and become a part of KAILASA, become a part of the revival. If you are feeling, if you know that the science that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving is valuable and is a very, very unique and extremely ancient science that can provide so many solutions for today's world, then you can become a part of the revival. If you want to, you can donate through the YouTube Super Chat or through the e-hundi. The e-hundi or the YouTube Super Chat just are a way that you can offer your gratitude and you can become a part of this revival. You can shoulder the revival just by offering how much ever you can and donate to this grand cause, which is literally the narrative, the grand narrative of the entire cosmos. Now we'll be entering into the next segment in today's program, which is introducing us to the divine feminine consciousness. Whatever ideas you might have had before, whatever you might have thought before, all of it and something more is what is Devi Parashakti. Let's now begin by chanting Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayanamanhikyamaulispurat taranayaka shekaram smitamuki mapina vakshoruham panebhyam malipurna ratna chashakam ruktotpala bibratim Somyam ratna gatastaratna charanam dhyayet paramambika. And this beautiful verse means the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion red body with triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding the jewel cup brimming with mead and the other twirling a red lotus. This Dhyana Shloka is from the Lalita Sahasranama. And again, another verse from the Lalita Sahasranama, the Dhyana Shloka. Arunam karuna tarangitakshim dritapashankusha pushpabana chapam animadi viravritam mayuke rahmityeva vibhavaye bhavani. This means, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flower arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for rays, and she is the self within me. These Dhyana shlokas have the power to invoke Devi Parashakti, to literally bring her visualization and her presence into your inner space. And exactly as the rishis of our ancient times had visualized Devi Parashakti, exactly as she had appeared in their inner space, they literally had described her and put these dhyana shlokas down. That's why they're called dhyana shlokas, because when you meditate upon them, literally the form of Devi Parashakti is manifesting inside of you. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic womb, and it is from her cosmic womb that which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black hole goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even in now, and which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form of the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, and revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Dreamkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who was Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took the Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, but to bestow all goodness, Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmandayoni, Shami, Chandramoli, Rapala, Aparana, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. Devi Parashakti continues, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, the powers of existence, the expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana Shakti, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as the nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life, to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. These beautiful descriptions are actually descriptions from the very mouth of Devi Parashakti, from the source herself. And she's describing how she happened, the whole universe, the whole Brahmanda, how it happened, and how literally it came to be in existence. And now Swamiji has beautifully given us a technique, a way that we can receive Devi Parashakti. Swamiji says, literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. You can keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen and watch Devi. Coin is considered as the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be 1 paise. In the USA, it can even be 1 cent. And of course, the Supreme Quantum of Hinduism says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, you will, it'll add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. So this is the traditional way that you can offer. And you can offer that to Devi after the darshan is over. Do the namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, and you take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to the LA temple. This betel leaf, the betel nut, all of this might look too small to you, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So now, as you can see here, we have all the items that are required in the tambulam. Again, the 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, the betel nut, and the coin, and the banana and the betel leaf. All that is available and stored near you, so you can gather it. You can ensure that it is ready for when we have the live darshan of Swamiji. And not just Devi Parashakti, but you can offer this to every god, of course, and of course the Supreme Quantum of Hinduism himself. Optional items are also a coconut, some flowers, and for Devi Parashakti, red bangles and red vastram are also offered traditionally. So you can set it up in the way that it is shown, the plate, and you'll be able to enjoy having and offering gratitude to Devi Parashakti. And now we're going to be moving on to the next segment of today's program, which is the Akashic reading. Devi Parashakti over the last 6 to 7 months has manifested in the most supreme, graceful, precious way for each and every one of us, and has manifested in order to guide us in this time. In fact, in the Guru Padaka Stotram by Sri Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us across the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And now let me chant that verse just for us to enjoy and remember. Ananta Samsara Samudradara Naukayitabyam Sri Guru Bhakti Dabyam Vairagya Samrajada Pujanabhyam Namo Namaha Sri Guru Padukabhyam. This verse means, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is the boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with a sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. The most moving thing that I find about this particular verse from the Guru Padaka Stotra, that literally can move anyone to tears, literally, out of devotion for the Guru, is just that how Sri Adi Shankaracharya could feel the same thing that many of us are going through right now. He understood and related to our grievances, to our suffering, and he gave us a solution, just surrendering to the Guru Padaka. He understood because, of course, it was an experience for himself, but also he experienced the grace of the Guru and how the Guru at this time has literally been able to heal, erase any kind of suffering that we might go through. I'm sure many of you feel the same way, that Devi Parashakti that the Guru has literally been able to raise us and help us sail through this pralaya time. For each and every one of us, we might also feel as if we are stuck in an ocean, an endless ocean of life, continuously. Imagine if you are stuck in a stranded boat and unable to navigate, not even knowing where you are. It seems like a horrible dream that you have found yourself in. But it is the Guru Padaka that is, whether we know it or not, guiding us through to the end and ensuring that we are moving forward and going to reach the shores and safely harbor at the end of our path, which is enlightenment itself. And being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of suffering that surrounds us in this great pralaya, the great deluge that is ongoing. Many of us, our loved ones are dying, and our homes are being destroyed because of natural disasters. The social institutions are crumbling in front of our eyes, and the whole humanity is desperate and dire need of hope. It's at that time, this supreme pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic consciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti and the cosmic mother and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through the pralaya, this cosmic deluge. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism guiding us, taking care of us, literally healing us, attending to each and every one, ensuring that we are attended to, we are taken care, and every one of our little sufferings are completed. And not only is Devi Parashakti attending to us as an individual, but also humanity at large, guiding us, leading us, and ensuring that we are each protected and that we are going in the right direction as a humanity as a whole, giving us insight into the future and ensuring that we take this guidance as the most supreme form of direction for us to navigate ourselves in this time. Devi Parashakti has guided the whole humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and etc., and even has revealed the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars which have not yet surfaced to common knowledge as yet. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, the scientific, and the scriptural references, which has manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, for us to imbibe deeply and start following Devi Parashakti's as she continues to protect us until the storm ends and we safely harbor at the shores of our consciousness. Yes. So today we're going to be understanding one of the revelations of Devi Parashakti. We're going to just take one. We're going to see it for how Devi Parashakti has revealed it, and then we're going to dissect the meaning of it so that we can imbibe her guidance fully and apply it in our lives. So first, let us watch the revelation that Devi Parashakti has given on rising sea levels from the 19th of May, 2021.
ஓம் ஆண்ட்ரியாஸ் கல். மூன்றாம் உலகப் போரிலிருந்து தப்பிக்க எந்நாடு பாதுகாப்பென்று கேட்கின்றாய், கேட்டுக்கொள் சொல்வதை எல்லாம். மத்திய கிழக்கிலே போர், இந்தியாவில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று மற்றும் கடல் உயர் எழும்பல் எனும் மூன்றில் இருந்தும் காவல் கைலாசம் ஒன்றே. வாழ்விற்கு அதுவே நன்றே. முடிந்தால் வந்து சேர்ந்திடு. ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes, yes. Yes. So while it might be a very short, concise revelation that Devi Parashakti made, is very, very powerful. So let's take a look at what Devi Parashakti had said mapped into English. Once again, this is from the 19th of May, earlier this year in 2021. Devi Parashakti says, "You are asking which country is safe to escape from the Third World War? Listen to everything which is said. War in the Middle East, deadly corona in India, and rising sea levels. Protection from all these three is one and only Kailasa. Only it is good for life. If possible, come and reach." On the 19th of May in 2021, while answering one of the prayers of the devotees, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Supreme Fount of Hinduism, warned about the sea levels rising and the cascading effects of climate change crisis on humanity. And as exactly as Devi revealed, the very next day, less than 24 hours, on the 20th of May in 2021, the biggest ever iceberg broke, which was 70 times the size of Manhattan, posing a huge threat to humanity and causing the sea levels to drastically rise. So let us now see the scientific articles about the sea levels rising as per Devi's revelations. The first article we have here is the breaking of the news that the world's largest iceberg just broke off an Antarctic ice shelf. It says that an enormous chunk of an ice bigger than Rhode Island itself has broken off an Antarctic ice shelf, according to the European Space Agency. The floating mass covers more than 1,600 square miles and making it the largest iceberg in the world, the agency officials said. As you can see, this is from the next day after the revelation that Devi Parashakti made on the 20th of May, 2021. This is a very, very extraordinary phenomenon. How Devi Parashakti had literally given this revelation a day before, and the next day we see how her words were absolutely true. Her words were not just true, but they were a warning for humanity to take caution and take heed to her words. So let's see a little bit more about sea levels rising. Of course, it's not just an iceberg breaking off the Antarctic shelf, but also a serious problem in today's climate change crisis. So as you can see here, we have a graph of the global mean sea level from 1900, which is a historical observation, and projected until 2300. So 300 years from now. And scientists use representative concentration pathways, or RCPs, to calculate the future projections based on near-term emissions strategies and their expected outcomes in the future. The RCP values refer to the amount of the radiative force in the year 2100. So based on the calculations and the emissions in this near future, in this near term, in this term right now, the scientists have calculated the projected global mean sea level in 2300. And as you can see, it is rising at an accelerated rate and continuing to rise in a very, very shocking and alarming way. We also have here an article from NASA, the Global Climate Change, and where it's saying that sea levels will rise 1 to 8 feet by 2100. Global sea levels have risen about 8 inches since relative record keeping has started in 1880. It is projected to rise another 1 to 8 feet by 2100. So, I mean, as you can see, it has risen 8 inches from 1880 until today. And the projection of the rise is 8 feet by 2100. This is the result, as they say, this is the result of the added water from melting ice, melting land, from the expansion of, yes. And in the United States, almost 40% of the population lives in the relatively high population density coastal areas. Globally, 8 of the world's largest cities are near a coast, according to the UN Atlas of Oceans. And while 40% of the population lives in relatively high population density coastal areas, this does mean a huge exodus of people out of this place in order to save their lives. And that means that the city should be more accommodative. They should start planning immediately if they want to see the survival of their city and the maintenance of the infrastructure for the next 100 years. And this also means that nuisance flooding is 300 to 900% more frequent than it was 50 years ago. Higher background water levels means that deadly and destructive storm surges, such as those associated with Hurricane Katrina, Superstorm Sandy, and Hurricane Michael. They push farther inland than they once did. And higher sea level also means that frequent high tiding will occur, and sometimes this is called nuisance flooding. You're seeing a picture here of an example of high tide flooding where the tide has literally reached beyond its where it usually stops and has continued beyond that line. That's what's called nuisance flooding. So what is causing sea levels to rise? What is this cause behind it? Of course, we have to see these causes in order to apply solutions in our life. So global warming is causing global mean sea level to rise in 2 ways. First, glaciers and ice sheets worldwide are melting and adding water to the ocean. And the second is the volume of the ocean is expanding as water warms. A third, much smaller contributor to sea level rise is a decline in the amount of liquid water on land, that is the aquifers, lakes, reservoirs, rivers, soil moisture. This shift of liquid water from land to ocean is largely due to groundwater pumping. So here you're seeing the Purdisan Glacier. In 1917, which is about a little bit more than 100 years ago, the glacier was well in form, was extremely big, and looked very much like a glacier. However, in 2005, the very same land that held this glacier is entirely a grassland. We don't see any similarities other than the background hills, and completely you can see that nature has taken over, that the ice has literally melted, and the glacier is probably, I think, is continuing to melt even 100 feet, 200 feet in the background. So as you can see, until today, we have been seeing drastic changes in the amount of ice loss per year. And here we have a couple of statistics for that. In Greenland, the ice loss from 1992 to 2001 was 34 billion tons per year. From 2012 to 16, the 4-year period, there was 247 billion tons per year. Such a shocking difference, as you can see. The pace of the global sea level rise more than doubled from 1.4 millimeters per year through most of the 20th century to 3.6 per year from 2006 to 2015. As you can see, 1.4 per year was literally for 100 years. For a century, it was consistent, while just in the dawn of the 21st century, in just the first 10 years, beginning 10 years, 3.6 millimeters of, the sea levels had risen 3.6 millimeters. In August of this year, approximately 3 months after the UN, Devi Parashakti had given the revelation on the sea levels rising, the United Nations had published a code red warning of the worsening global warming and rising sea levels. And again, this is from August of 2021 this year and in the article, they said that some harm from climate change, including dwindling ice sheets, rising sea levels, and changes in the ocean as they lose oxygen become more acidic, is irreversible for centuries to millennia. The world is locked in to 15 to 30 centimeters or 6 to 12 inches of sea level rise by mid-century. This is from Bob Kopp of Rutgers University. We're going to see a little bit more of the impacts of sea level rising and be able to see even how that has affected human beings and each and every one of us across the world. And we're going to be right back with you after a quick break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
Yes. So the truth is that even if we significantly curb emissions in this coming decade, more than a third of the world's remaining glaciers will melt before the year 2100. To recap what we just learned, if you're just joining us after our break, we have been understanding the sea levels rising and exactly how Devi Parashakti had revealed and warned humanity about the sea levels rising. And just a day later, we saw the evidence of that happening. The world's largest iceberg having cliffed off of the Antarctic shelf, and it being recorded by the European Space Agency. This was just within a day of what Devi Parashakti had revealed. And now we're seeing exactly the situation, the surrounding situation that is giving more and more proof to what Devi Parashakti is saying, that sea levels are rising and that is posing a danger to human beings. And when it comes to sea ice, 95% of the oldest and thickest ice in the Arctic is already gone. So you can see how it is affecting human beings. Devi Parashakti has literally warned us of the same, but those who are not able to protect themselves at this time are not able to even survive, or finding themselves in extremely difficult situations. An article here from CNN has said that more than 150 people still missing in German floods and unlikely to be found. This is from July of this year, and the floods this year were extremely shocking to even the scientists, leaving homes and cities uninhabitable and uprooting millions of people from their homes. So you can see here from Science Journal how Europe's deadly floods leave scientists stunned, and climate crisis made deadly German floods up to 9 times more likely. How sea level rising is affecting each and every one of us on our base, and Devi Parashakti has given this warning. So wherever we are, we should ensure that we are being protected at this time. Swamiji has given so many solutions. And it's not just solutions that we can apply immediately and is like recycling that many people tell us to do just to save planet Earth, but solutions that address our very consciousness itself, address the fundamental beliefs that we carry about life and the universe that affect the civilization, that affect our environment. In this video, the Supreme Quantum of Hinduism is beautifully elaborating on how nonviolence can heal the Mother Earth, can create a beautiful harmony between you and the whole existence.
The human beings have become so distanced from the real life, are ready to explore things. We become so far away from, at least I can tell you from my experience, village boy. When I was 5 or 6, I opened all the alarm clocks in my house and I'll set it back, put it back. I don't see all that in the modern day kids. It's all about that stupid cell phone. Involvement with the reality has drastically reduced. Our whole life is nothing but the screen. Whether your love, your relationships, even your sex, everything is limited to that screen. Am I right? Almost. No, almost. Everything has been reduced to that screen. Involvement with the reality has drastically come down. It is so unfortunate, especially the food, the plastic food dumped into your system. See, all the things which you eat, none of them have life. They are all not grown from life. My guru used to tell, please walk without chappal or covering your feet. Whatever grows in that land, eat, because Mother Earth records when you walk without shoes what all the ingredients are missing in your body. She records what you need for your body, nutrients or vitamins, whatever. Whatever is missing in your body, she produces in that food which grows in that land. And eat that and live. It is too mind-boggling concept. I tell you, only after I started doing it, I realized you don't need any external medicine if you know to live with the nature. Mother Earth, Bhumata, walk on the earth without shoes. In that land, what grows? will supply exactly what you need for your body. Looks too difficult to believe, but after I started doing that, I realized it. Your body does not need any other medicine, anything else. Actually, maybe 2 years before, due to these continuous classes, day and night, and in the night time, the web-based programs for the outside India, all these, my whole eating habits have gone chaos, and no question of rest. It became like a too much on the system. So I had some stomach issues. I remembered my guru telling this, walk on the earth and what grows eat. So I started walking without chappal for a few days. Suddenly I saw in my courtyard a new plant coming up. No seed, nothing, just coming up. I was wondering what is going on. How come suddenly, between the rocks, actually, between the rocks, new plant coming up. And one of the devotee Ayurvedic doctor, he said, Swamiji, if you can get this plant and add it in your food, your stomach will be completely healed. I said, where to get? When he walked into the courtyard, he said, this is the plant. This is the plant. And throughout the campus we searched, we did not find another one. Nobody knows from where the seed has come, from where the plant has come. Understand, it is not that just for me miraculously nature is doing. It is the nature's life. I was ready to play with it, so she showed the miracles to me. Anybody willing to play with her, she shows her miracles to you. Nature is miraculous. If you are ready to play, she shows it. She demonstrates her love, her care. If we go back to the food with life, our life also will start more interacting, more alive, more vibrant, more overflowing.
We often believe that exacting revenge is a form of emotional release and that getting retribution will help us feel better. Especially this modern day cinema, entertainment industry, cult brainwashes you. The act of revenge as a way of gaining closure after a wrong is done. No! I tell you the truth, revenge has the opposite effect. Revenge is like a korangu sorinjikra mari, ari padangadu. Tamil, they say that monkey feeling itching and scratching itself is never going to settle down. Till that monkey dies, it will not settle down because it will create a wound and it will not keep quiet with that wound. That same wound it will scratch more and more. And it will be more infection, finally the monkey will die. Orangu sorinjikittadum, nama violence la vidaradum onnu. Understand? Mass media, cult, entertainment industry, TV and cinema, cult is brainwashing you, telling that revenge is heroism, violence is heroism. No. is not. Non-violence is heroism. I tell you. In every level, non-violence as a strategy. Because you see, non-violence makes you realize more and more oneness. It strengthens the oneness. Oneness strengthens the non-violence and non-violence strengthens the oneness. You need to understand the context. Only then you will understand how this non-violence can be a successful strategy. If you miss one or two components and do it out of wrong context, it will become a mess. It will become a laziness and non-involvement. Laziness and non-involvement is not non-violence. Don't use non-violence brand and tag to justify your non-involvement and laziness. No. That's what Arjuna was trying to do in the Arjuna Vishada Yoga. He was telling Krishna, oh, why should I kill people? Why should I kill people? Let me go away and become a sannyasi. This fellow, when he went to do tapas in the forest also, he got married to a girl. Every time this fellow goes for tapas, whether he brings boons or not, he brings girls. Alright, no disrespect to Arjuna, is incarnation of Nara Narayana. So no disrespect to Arjuna. Non-violence should not be misconstrued or should not be used to portray your non-involvement and laziness, tiredness and boredom. Hinduism is actively enriched. World will become great place. Not only we are a non-violent tradition, we believe in consciousness. We have the science of consciousness, raising the quality of the humanity. We believe in it, we spread it, we live it. We be, live, believe. Let us all understand, non-violence need to be actively lived, be lived, believed and actively enriched. Actively enriched. All I wanted all of you to know, what Hindus miss, Sri Kailasa should do Tyaga, to tell the world actively, enrich the world actively about Hinduism. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Ahimsa is the highest value as per Hinduism. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. That is the grand narrative of Hinduism. Non-violence is the grand narrative of Hinduism. We need to tell that grand narrative to the whole world. Actively. Actively we need to tell that grand narrative to the whole world. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Tyaga. Non-violence. Unclutching. All these are not inactive, tamasic, inertia, lazy, tired, bored, withdrawn lifestyle. Non-violence means not only you will be non-violent, ahimsa, established in ahimsa, you will actively practice ahimsa and enrich everyone to live ahimsa. You will create an ecosystem where ahimsa can be practiced with integrity. Understand? All the infrastructures needed to keep the non-violence ahimsa alive media. Media is the non-violent way of reaching out to people and telling the real truths and facts. Like media, education mechanisms, everything should be actively filled with the truths, ideas about non-violence, yaga, spiritual strength, powerful cognitions, all these great truths. Listen. Again and again and again, many are trying to harass me through the social media and all other way, saying, oh, you are teaching constantly non-violence, ahimsa, peace. Don't you see you are making Hindus weaker and weaker? Understand? If Hindus listen to what I am saying sincerely, they will understand I am trying to make them really stronger. Understand? Strength is intelligent way of existing.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி.
Nithyanandam. So in this we have now understood the solution that Hinduism has provided for the ongoing climate change crisis. Now during this pandemic, many of us have been feeling completely burdened by the ongoing negativity that is happening. Our mental health as a humanity as a whole is facing so many crises. Now let us understand some of the solutions that is provided in Sanatana Hindu Dharma with mental health, for mental health. And Devi Parashakti has also addressed this for the whole of humanity. You can take a few minutes now also, as we are getting ready to go into the next segment, to like, subscribe, share, follow follow the different social media platforms. In all of the social media platforms, you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So these are the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti given on the 5th of June 2021. Devi Parashakti says, not only people dying in crores, financial and mental retardedness, you will see minds getting collapsed. Freedom of all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent this yourself from the deadly corona, O people. Do the job of saving your life as first priority. So as Devi Parashakti revealed, we also see that many outside sources have confirmed the same on the 6th of June 2021. Here we have an article from Global News where it says that psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by COVID-19 patients in a study. And according to the new study, neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19, even in mild cases. We also see another article here from BMC Psychology from the 8th of June, just 3 days after Devi Parashakti had revealed the impact of COVID-19 on mental health of US college students. Let's look a little bit more into this study. So in this study, they said the results was indicating that students closer to graduating faced increase in anxiety, that's 60.8%, feeling of loneliness, 54.1%, and depression, 59.8%. And many reported worries for their health of loved ones. Most impacted their mental health, and the need to take care of their family most affected current and future plans. Almost 1/2 of students took to exercising and other different solutions. And also in another article from Washington Post, it's saying that rates of anxiety and depression among college students continue to soar. Researchers at the Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years, say stress levels are at the highest. And this is from the 10th of June, 2021. So Dartmouth College researchers began tracking 217 students when they entered the school as freshmen in 2017 in hopes of understanding how they behave. They've seen students' stress levels rise and fall, and usually in tandem with midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down. This is from Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. Devi Parashakti has given us on the 8th of June 2021 the secrets of the whole universe. Let's now watch those secrets and let's understand what Devi Parashakti has meant.
Listen intensely. I will reveal the secret of the universe and its expansion. Life, consciousness in you does not end while your body drops dead. It moves from different universes, vertical time zones, lives in different time zones as per its free will, knowledge, desire. But ultimately, to get enlightened, complete liberation, Paramashiva Padam, your soul has to come back to this karma bhumi, the Bhumandala. This Bhumandala and the Jati ecosystems, the caste ecosystems, Hindu, Jnana, Sannyasa, Yoga, Grihastha, multiple spiritual ecosystems are created for the souls to come back and rebirth and grow more and more towards enlightenment easily, quickly, in accelerated speed and space. Now, too many souls from the cosmos is landing into this Bhumandala to be part of Kailasa and to manifest Kailasa. That is the reason the rate of expansion of the universe has been accelerated. An intense ecosystem for great enlightened beings and incarnations to land is being manifested by me through my Nijavatara Nithyananda and this Kailasa. All the blessed fortunate beings will be attracted to Kailasa and experience liberation. Kailasa is the space where Sanatana Hindu Dharma, cosmic science, is nationalism. This cosmic law is the country law. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is nationalism. These cosmic truths will be the truths of the country, society, ecosystem. Society, country, judiciary, ecosystem, all this of Kailasa will be aligned to the cosmic law, the cosmic energy, universal existential truth. Because Kailasa, cosmic ecosystem, is manifesting, expansion of the universe has been accelerated. Universe is celebrating the happening of my Nijavatara Nithyananda and this Kailasa.
Yes. Let's briefly go over what Devi Parashakti had said. Listen intensely. I will reveal the secret of the universe and its expansion. Life, the consciousness inside of you, does not end while your body drops dead. It moves from different universes, vertical time zones, lives in different time zones as per its free will, knowledge, and desires. But ultimately, to get enlightened, complete liberation, Paramashivoham, your soul has to come back to this karma bhumi, the Bhumandala. This Bhumandala and the Jadi ecosystems, the caste ecosystems, Hindu, Jnana, Sannyasa, Yoga, Grahastha, multiple spiritual ecosystems are created for the souls to come back and rebirth and grow more towards their goal of enlightenment. Quickly, easily, in accelerated speed and space. Now, too many souls from the cosmos are landing into the Bhumandala to be part of Kailasa and to manifest Kailasa. And that is the reason the rate of expansion Kailasa is the space where Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the cosmic science, is nationalism. This cosmic law is the country law. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is nationalism. This cosmic truths will be truths of the country, the society, and ecosystem. Society, country, judiciary, ecosystem, all of these Kailasa will be aligned to the cosmic law, the cosmic energy, the universal existential truth. And because Kailasa, the cosmic ecosystem, is manifesting, expansion of the universe has been accelerated. Universe is celebrating the happening of my Nijavatara Nithyananda in this Kailasa. Yes, there's actually a very interesting video that we're now going to see on how the universe is not just expanding, but its expansion is accelerating. The universe is expanding. Even scientifically, people have seen it and have shown this evidence. So let's now watch this video and we'll be able to see exactly that.
You are looking at the most detailed three-dimensional map of the universe known to humankind, and it's called the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. Scientists from around the world have just completed a 20-year-long survey of the night sky, measuring the positions and distances of more than 4 million galaxies and quasars. This detailed map will help scientists shed light on the remaining mysteries of the universe. Let's go on a journey from the local stars to the largest scales of our universe. Beyond the local stars that draw familiar constellations in the night sky in the neighborhood of the Earth, in addition to our own Milky Way, billions of galaxies are spread throughout the observable universe. Moving faster than light, we will take you through space in a journey from our place in the Milky Way all the way out to the large-scale structures of the visible universe, and we'll tell you about how we're mapping it out. Since 1998, the scientific community has realized that the universe is not only expanding, but its expansion is accelerating. This unexpected acceleration constitutes one of the major conundrums in physics. From a theoretical perspective, the acceleration may be accounted for by either assuming that there exists some mysterious dark energy or by modifying Einstein's theory of gravity called general relativity. In the same year, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey was launched to tackle this enigma of the accelerating expansion of the universe. The Sloan Digital Sky Survey is a vast collection of the angular positions of galaxies observed in the sky, as well as their distances from us, determined by observing the systematic shift of galactic light induced by the expansion of the universe, the so-called redshift. In this new map of our universe, the large dark patches are mostly regions obscured by the Milky Way that cannot be observed. During the last 20 years, through 4 exploratory phases, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey has created the most detailed 3-dimensional maps of the universe. To achieve this, it focused on different classes of galaxies: nearby galaxies, red galaxies, more distant star-forming galaxies, and superluminous distant active galaxies called quasars. The 4th and latest Sloan survey took place from 2014 till 2020. During this time, the new project called the Extended Baryon Oscillation Spectroscopic Survey, or EBOS for short, continued previous Sloan mapping of the extragalactic sky and just recently finished measuring distances for 1 million galaxies and quasars. These successive surveys allow scientists to trace the large-scale structures of the universe up to a fraction of its horizon, represented by the cosmic microwave background emission, seen here as a colorful pattern projected onto a sphere. The cosmic microwave background is the thermal relic of the universe, which dates back to about 400,000 years after the birth of the universe, also known as the Big Bang. Adding the EBOS data to the previous Sloan exploratory phases 1, 2, and 3, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey now has a database of 4 million galaxies and quasars, assembling the largest and most complete 3D map of the universe to date. This unprecedented achievement provides scientists with new tools for shedding light on dark energy and also for constraining the theory of general relativity, leading to a better understanding of the fundamental laws that rule our universe.
As you can see, it's a very interesting video and an interesting way to understand the whole universe. And the universe seems to be expanding faster than all expectations. This is an article from the National Geographic, where new evidence deepens a mystery around the Hubble constant, one of the most important numbers in cosmology. In this article, it says that fresh evidence suggests that the universe is expanding faster today than it did in its infancy, a difference that has set off a search to understand what cosmic forces should be at play. It confirmed the changing rate, which is 9% faster than it had been projected, would force us to reconsider a fundamental aspect of the cosmos. And this, from the National Geographic and the video that we just saw, has given us an insight that actually the universe is not just expanding, its expansion is accelerating. In fact, Swamiji himself has given this direct revelation in satsangs last year. In fact, in a short exercise, Swamiji had us each and every one watch a video during satsang where it's talking about the expansion of the universe and how the expansion of the universe is directly co-relating to what is happening inside of each and every one of us at the moment. And here we have another article from the Harvard University where it says there are independent results that have now demonstrated time and time again that the universe is accelerating in its expansion. So even if we took type 1a supernova out of the picture, we still have sufficient evidence, including fluctuations in the cosmic microwave, background radiation from the early universe, among others. So let us watch what Swamiji has said on the superconscious breakthroughs in imminent. It has to happen, and how Swamiji has described this through the expansion of the universe.
Listen, the key information, the key line I wanted to bring all your attention through this video is universe is not just expanding, its expansion is accelerated. Please understand. Last few years, I am screaming in top of my voice that superconscious breakthrough is happening. Please understand. It is not only just the physics level. The universe expansion is accelerated. It's a dark energy, the dark matter in that level, the unmanifest, in avyakta, unmanifest level itself, the expansion is accelerated intensely. Please understand. The expansion is accelerated intensely in the dark energy, in the dark matter, unmanifest, avyakta swarupa of Paramashiva. See, Paramashiva's manifest form only is this world which we are all enjoying, experiencing. There is an unmanifest form of Paramashiva, dark matter, what we call dark energy, dark matter. The triggering of expansion, not just expansion, acceleration of expansion is happening from that dark energy, dark matter. Because scientists are using the word dark energy, dark matter, I am using the same word. But if you ask me to give a right word, I will say Swatta Sutta Swayam Prakasa Jyoti. I will call it a superconscious energy, superconscious matter. See, because the human eyes can't cognize, human beings are calling it as a dark matter. But because human eyes can't cognize, but third eye can cognize, I am calling it as a Swayam Prakasa Jyoti. Jyoti, light, superconsciousness is the word rishis, enlightened beings will use. But unfortunately, scientists have their own limitation. With the two eyes, when you see something which is not seen, you call it as dark. With three eyes, when you see something and you know it cannot be seen by the two eyes, you call that as Jyoti. Sutta Swayam Prakasa Jyoti. Jyoti Mandala. What? We show as Jyoti of Arunachala. What exists as unmanifest of Paramashiva is one and the same. Please listen. Acceleration of expansion is from the unmanifest, avyakta Sarira of Paramashiva. the unmanifest space of Paramashiva. From that, the acceleration of expansion is happening. Now, the superconscious breakthrough is imminent. It has to happen. It is happening. I have been sent to planet Earth to facilitate this only.
Yes. Swami has put in perspective the expansion of the universe in such a breakthrough way, especially Swamiji's definition of dark energy and dark matter. And if human beings, if scientists could understand and be guided by the Supreme Pontificalism, surely we would have so many breakthroughs when it comes to the scientific world and the understanding of our universe. Now, we are coming to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. Today we understood several solutions that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has given, and Devi Parashakti has given to the world, especially during this time, for climate change, as well as for the mental health of the whole world right now, and the minds of the people who are suffering from several different mental health issues. So each and every one of these solutions are something that you can apply in your life and you can use to live enlightenment. I once again would like to invite all of the viewers, if you felt that these are solutions that you can apply in your life, you can like, subscribe, follow, and ensure that you are following to make sure you can get more of these kinds of solutions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, who is reviving these ancient solutions for our modern day problems. And each and every one of us can become a part of Kailasa by registering as a e-Kailashian. You can get your e-passport today. Please go ahead and go to kailasa.org if you would like to register for your e-passport today. So we're now coming to a conclusion of this segment, and we'll be moving on into the next exciting segment of today's program on the various different offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். Ultimate divine descends in human body and expresses its extraordinary powers and experiences playfully. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of this statement. He is not Shiva as you understand, sitting in the Himalayas, frozen in the ice, in Samadhi. Sundareshwara is an artist with tremendous heart, ready to listen to human sufferings, ready to bend for human emotions. The one and only thing you need to obtain His grace is simple feeling connection. That's all.
He bends for anybody, to any level. Even the word compassion is too small. He is still available. Even now, He is there. He assumes human body and relates with you, answers you, responds to you, raises you.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back to viewers on this very beautiful evening. It's time for us to move on to the next segment of today's program, where we are going to be sharing with you about how can we feel that deep connection with Devi Parashakti, experiencing her love, devotion, and offering our gratitude at the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And the Vedic tradition has done so much of research and development in the inner world science. Like how in the western part of the world, there's so much of research and development done for the outer world, for in terms of our comforts, in terms of the cars, in terms of travel, in terms of maybe different entertainment. In the Eastern tradition, so much of research and development has gone into experiencing the divine. How can we experience that divinity within us? How can we connect with the higher energies of the cosmos? How can we realize the Paramashivoham within us? That has been the main priority of the Vedic tradition. And if you see that the very civilization is temple based, every entertainment is towards, even the entertainment is towards experiencing enlightenment. If you see the old age movies, like the Patinatar or the Nandanar or Thiruvilayadar, all these movies evoke that feeling connection in you. It is not that you go to a movie and see some romantic songs and duet and fights and action. No, even in the movies, what was shared was the powerful cognitions, how a devotion to Paramashiva, devotion to Parashakti can make you overcome all the difficulties in life and ultimately bestow their grace on you. And their grace is always on us, and making us experience it, live it, has been the central focal point of the Vedic tradition, the Vedagamic tradition. And in the schools, the entertainment industry, even the gossip, even in terms of the matchmaking, everything, even marriage is towards enlightenment. Everything is towards enlightenment, not towards transient sensual pleasures. Food is for enlightenment. Education is for enlightenment. Even the work that we do is for our enlightenment. So the whole tradition that of the Vedagamic tradition is for us to experience that deep feeling connection. And as we move on to understanding about what are the different ways we can connect with Devi Parashakti, we will be sharing with you what are the various offerings that we have for Devi Parashakti, and we'll be right back with you after a very short break.
The ultimate divine descends in human body and expresses its extraordinary powers and experiences playfully. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of this statement. He is not Shiva as you understand, sitting in the Himalayas, frozen in the ice, in Samadhi. Sundareshwara is an artist with tremendous heart, ready to listen to human suffering, ready to bend for human emotions. The one and only thing you need to obtain His grace is simple feeling connection. That's all. He bends for anybody, to any level. Even the word compassion is too small. He is still available. Even now, He is there. He assumes human body and relates with you, answers you, responds to you, raises you.
just, I don't know, I was lost. And then he was done speaking, and I mean, just tears just started pouring out of my face. I'm just like, ugh, I don't know what just happened. It was just like unbelievable, just unbelievable. I was just, oh, I'm shaking now just remembering it.
Like I don't know what shifts inside you. It's just I literally felt the strong initiation happening at that time when Swamiji blessed. I don't know, it just puts you in some different world altogether, and suddenly everything seems possible. Everything seems, oh, like that impossibilities in that 1 second, one fraction of a second, that impossibility drops from you. And you just, everything seems possible, that you get into that space of possibility. And I think, that is the greatest, dropping the impossibilities is really, and something changes in you, something shifts in you. You can physically feel the change. And the energy that is generated is really, it's phenomenal.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back to viewers. As I was sharing with all of you, how in the Vedic tradition is all about the research in the inner world science. And if you see, even the very conversation in the society, in the civilization, is all about, connecting with the various divine beings. The whole calendar is planned around for which deity, what puja is happening, and what kind of festivals and what kind of vratams. I remember saying, the whole week used to be, on Monday we have Pradosham, and on Tuesday we have Kartikai, and the Friday is for Devi, and the whole calendar, the whole civilization, the whole lifestyle is to revolve around deities. Deities and gods and the divine beings were such an integral part of our lives. And even the food offering that is being made is first offered to the divine and then only partaken in the houses. So that is how we were. And this program and this segment of this program is to rekindle that in us. For those of us who have lost our connection with the divine beings, this segment is to make us experience that deep feeling connection, that presence of the divine in our lives. So we will start with the first offering, which is the e-hundi offering. Now, what is the e-hundi offering? Whenever we go to a temple, there is always, you will never miss seeing a hundi. And it is an untold habit that every Hindu has, is whenever you go to a temple, you will always offer some contribution in the hundi. So the e-hundi offering is where you offer, out of your gratitude and love for Devi Parashakti, you offer your contributions in the hundi. So there's a beautiful verse in the Lalita Sahasranama which says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaratya, Sharvani Sharmadayini, Devi who bestows true devotion and who is worshipped with the true devotion. And she always protects the true devotees. And she is referred by the name Sharmadayini, Devi who bestows happiness on the devotees. Continuously, the divine being is waiting for us to experience. For us to experience them, and they're waiting to manifest our desires. Whatever you pray for, whatever you want is continuously manifesting in life as reality. The only thing that you need to do is understand that your reality, your desire is what is happening in your life. So constantly holding the right intention, not worrying about what you did in the past, but looking at, okay, what do I want to do in the future? And always Swamiji says, you are your intention to be. So whatever you want to be, constantly holding that intention deeply and strongly within you makes you feel that connection. So the e-hundi offering is for you to offer out of your gratitude and love for Devi Parashakti. And I'm reminded to share a very beautiful story narrated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the significance of deity worship. Now, there was this person who was a great devotee of Paramashivoham, and he used to do the puja to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Every day he will do the puja, and very sincerely he used to do, and his only prayer was, he wants to have the darshan of Paramashiva. Paramashiva, you have to give me darshan. Paramashiva, you have to give me darshan. He used to do the puja, and every day he used to sincerely sit and chant the whole puja, do the dhupa, deepa, nevedya, arati, everything he will do. And he is doing it for a few months. Then he did it for a few years. Then he was like, what is this? I'm sincerely doing the puja, but Paramashiva is never coming to and giving me darshan. I think I'm worshipping the wrong God. I think I need to change my God. So he gave up on Paramashiva and he moved on to Mahavishnu. So from a Shaivite, he moved to a Vaishnavite, thinking that he's taking, taking revenge on us. See, you didn't give me darshan. That's all. You're out of my life. I'm moving to Mahavishnu. So he bought a new deity of Mahavishnu and kept it in his puja room. And the Paramashiva deity, he didn't have the heart to throw it away, so he kept it in one corner of the puja. Then he started the worship for Mahavishnu. Okay, so as he is doing, he lit the lamp and he was starting the puja, and he was seeing that the lamps, the incense aroma was moving towards Paramashiva. So he tried closing his hand, saying, no, go this side, go towards Mahavishnu, don't go towards Paramashiva. He was trying to move it here, but the wind direction was in such a way, and the deity is already there, so he can't change the direction now. Then he ran to Paramashiva. He was so angry with Paramashiva that he ran to Paramashiva's deity and said, you didn't give me darshan, you don't need any incense sticks, you don't need any puja. So he just held the nose of the Paramashiva deity so strongly that Paramashiva deity should not inhale that beautiful aroma from the incense. And as he was just tightly closing the nose of the Paramashiva deity, suddenly he felt that the texture was a little different. Hey, why is the nose is feeling a little different? And he just opened his eyes and saw it was not the deity, it was Pratyaksha Paramashiva standing. And he got such a shock because till date he has been worshipping Paramashiva. Today is the only day he discarded Paramashiva from his life. He didn't even want him to breathe the aroma of the incense sticks, and now Paramashiva is giving him darshan. He felt so guilty and so bad. And he said, Paramashiva, what is this? Every day I have done puja to you. Every day I have done the ritual to you. But you never gave me darshan. Today I went and started the puja to Mahavishnu. Today you are coming and giving me darshan. Then Paramashiva says, till date you only worship me as a ritual. But only today you really felt I was in the deity. Because you came and literally touched and closed my nose. Because today you felt I really was in the deity, I gave you the darshan. So if you look back in our lives, many of us, yes, we connect with Devi, we connect with Paramashiva, we connect with Subramanya, we connect with Ganesha. But are you really feeling that, yes, they are there, they are literally living with us. They are manifesting in us, they are taking care of us, they are manifesting every desire, every reality that we want. Is it happening that way? Are you really feeling that any prayer that you offer to Devi Parashakti, she is listening to it, she is manifesting it for you? So this segment is for us to experience that deep feeling connection. How can we experience that deep and an intense feeling connection with Devi Parashakti and ultimately the Guru, who is the Nijavatara, the Sarva Deva Devi Swarupa, having that deep feeling connection where they are not somebody that you worship for 15 minutes a day, 20 minutes a day. These beings are, their presence are there in our lives constantly, every moment. Let that be a remembrance of Devi. I know you are there taking care of me. Oh, Cosmic Mother, why do I need to worry? I know you are there taking care of me. So awakening that bhava through which you connect with the divine is the purpose of these offerings. Now, when your mother comes to your house, you give her, like you ask her, do you want a cup of coffee, tea? Can I make you something to eat? And if it's your mother's birthday and you really just feel so much of gratitude for her, you will gift her something. Right? You will gift her a sari, you will gift her a jewelry, something whichever you feel she will really enjoy, and you will gift her that. That is the way. It's not like she's expecting it. It is not like her life is incomplete without it. But you want to show, Mom, I really love you, and I want to say, thank you for all that you have done and the sacrifices that you have done to grow me up. So you offer something. So when you make that offering, your mother also feels happy, even though that's something that she's not expecting. You are feeling happy just because you are able to do that for your mother. You are in a position to share and offer your gratitude to her for all that she has done. Exactly the same way. When you make an offering, see how when you do that small gesture, right? It evokes so much of that love in you and in your mother. It's not that it was not there. It was not that something was missing, but it awakens that feeling. Exactly the same way. It is not that Devi Parashakti is waiting for you to gift her a chain or waiting for you to gift her a metti so that she will feel that her jewelry set will be complete. No. It is because you make that offering, you experience that she is real. She is really real and she's living in that deity. So that is the entire context of these offerings. And when you connect with Devi and feel like, okay, Devi, what can I do to you? How can I experience you more and more in my life? And just offering, knowing that she's there, knowing that she's taking care, relaxing in that bhava and expressing your love and gratitude for Devi Parashakti is the significance of the offerings in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So the next offering that we have for Devi Parashakti is the offering of Sankalpa. Now, what is the Sankalpa offering? I'll read a reference from the Saundarya Lahari, which says, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire offering or oblations in the homa to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you, and all the actions of pleasure of mine become part of your worship. Blessings for both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes to manifest by the grace of Devi Parashakti. I've had this experience with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji. Any desire, any wish that you ask to Swamiji. Now, after some time, you will forget that you had asked this or you had this desire. But Swamiji will fulfill every desire of yours. Every desire of yours means every right desire of yours. Something which doesn't lead to your destruction, but it leads to your expansion. So any desire that you have, desire like, okay, I want to manifest a job, or desire like, I want to do this, or desire like, I want to experience this, whatever desire it may be, Swamiji fulfills our desires. Every desire of yours, even if you forget, even if you forget that, even if you give up on the desire, Swamiji does not give up. He fulfills every desire that we have. So the Sankalpa offering is all you need to do is have the desire. Here the entire Sankalpa is all about telling you, you create an intention. Manifesting that intention is my job. Swamiji will do it. We have to only create that intention. So the Sankalpa is only $1. Because we want everyone, Kailasa wants every Hindu, every human being to just offer your Sankalpa. Just create that intention, that's all. You don't have to even execute here. Swamiji is not even telling you to do action, execute it, do perfection, be authentic, nothing. Just create that strong intention, a conscious intention. This is what I want in my life. Be very clear what you want in your life and what you are asking. And as long as you are clear and you offer that Sankalpa, that conscious intention, that conscious resolution that you take, you receive the blessing. So when we are doing the puja to Devi Parashakti, we will always be chanting the Sankalpa and your names will be included in that chanting. The next offering is the offering of the Devi Sahasra Nama Swarna Kasu, the gold coin offering. Now, the gold coin offering comes in 3 different sizes, $75, $151, and $251. Blessings to manifest and awaken the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers. So, offering of the gold coin to Devi Parashakti. When you offer a gold coin, each of these gold coins are going to be inscribed with one of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. So you offer the gold coin to manifest the multiple dimensions, whatever name, each name of Devi is with nothing but her, one of the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the imperishable qualities of Devi Parashakti. So you make this offering to receive the blessings and to awaken the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers. Let's move on to the next offering. The next offering that we have to Devi Parashakti is the offering of Swarna Mukta Anguti, so the finger ring with a pearl. The reference from the Devi Suktam says, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by the gods, who is served by the Devendra, who is praised by the Devas, troubled by the Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to her soul's all, who is the source of all good in the world, let that goddess destroy all obstacles. Blessings for protection from all dangers and fears. So receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to receive the protection from all the dangers and fears. So Mukta Anguti is finger ring with a pearl. You pray to Devi Parashakti and receive her blessings for protection from all dangers and fears. The next offering that we have to Devi Parashakti is an offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. The reference in the Hindu scriptures says, Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhukti Bhukti Pradayini Mantra Murte Sada Devi Mahalakshmi Namostute Devi who bestows accomplishment and intellect who showers worldly prosperity. Devi who bestows the subtle nature of the cosmos, I bow to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. Blessings for attracting positive relationships in personal and business connections. So, offering of the Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. Lotus is considered a very divine flower, and it has so many references. And the most sweetest reference that I want to give is the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji loves the lotus garland, and it is offered to Swamiji. Where we have the beautiful lotus garland, and in many of the satsangs you will see Swamiji wearing the lotus garland, the Tomala Seva, offered to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and all of us love watching Swamiji wear the beautiful lotus garland. Not just that, in the Vedic tradition, in so many different places, you have the lotus being used. Excuse me. In so many places in the Vedic tradition, you see the lotus being used. Even in the Manasa Puja, the Guru Puja, you say that Krit Padma Mahasana. And in the lotus seat of the heart, I give you the lotus seat of the heart. And if you say the deities, they have the Padma Pitam, they have a lotus flowered Pitam, the base on which the deities are installed. And if you see the pictures of Devi Mahalakshmi, you will see her sitting on a beautiful lotus. So the lotus has such a deep significance in the Vedic tradition. So you can offer the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the golden lotus offering to Devi Parashakti. The next offering that we have is the offering of Swarna Meti, okay, the golden Tore. The reference from the Saundarya Lagni says, Lord Brahma, the creator of your selects the dust from your feet and creates this world. The great Adisesha who bestows 1,000 heads somehow carries the dust of your feet with great effort, and the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nicely and uses it as the holy ash. So offer the Swarna Meti, which is the golden Tore, to Devi Parashakti, to be blessed with the leadership qualities and to offer your devotion and gratitude to Devi Parashakti. So you offer the Swarna Meti. The next offering that we have to Devi Parashakti is the offering of Swarna Mantika, which is the golden hairline jewelry. We can move on to the next Swarna Mantika. The next slide, please. So the reference in the Hindu scriptures to the Swarna Mantika is from Lalita Sahasranama, which says, Sudha Sarabhiroshini, she who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara to the Agnya and permeates through all the 72,000 nadis or energy centers to give the ultimate experience of the cosmos. You see the blessings of Devi Parashakti for an enlightened lifestyle. To receive blessings for an enlightened lifestyle, you offer the golden hairline jewelry. This is a jewelry that you see on the Devi. Devi wears it around on her hairline. So you offer the Swarna Mantika, the golden hairline jewelry, to Devi Parashakti. The offering is $750. And how do you make this offering? By visiting www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So if you go to our website www.kailasa, KAILASA mailer, MAILER.com/sevas, you offer, you will see all the various different offerings. Click on Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. You will see the way to go ahead and register and make the offering. Now, before we move on to the next segment and continuing on the various other offerings that we have for Devi Parashakti, let's take a very quick break and we'll be right back. We'll be right back with you after a very short break. And we have many more offerings that we will be sharing with you in the continuing segment of the program. So please do stay tuned. And we have very important announcements and upcoming events that we will be sharing with you after a very short break.
The ultimate divine descends in human body and expresses its extraordinary powers and experiences playfully. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of this statement. He is not Shiva as you understand, sitting in the Himalayas, frozen in the ice, in Samadhi. Sundareshwara is an artist with tremendous heart, ready to listen to human sufferings, ready to bend for human emotions. The one and only thing you need to obtain his grace is simple feeling connection. That's all. He bends for anybody, to any level. Even the word compassion is too small. He is still available. Even now, he is there. He assumes human body and relates with you, answers you, responds to you, raises you.
I don't know, I was lost. And then he was done speaking, and I mean, just tears just started pouring out of my face. I'm just like, ugh, I don't know what just happened. It was just like unbelievable, just unbelievable. I was just, oh, I'm shaking now just remembering it.
I don't know what shifts inside you. It's just, I literally felt the strong initiation happening at that time when Swamiji blessed. I don't know, it just puts you in some different world altogether, and suddenly everything seems possible. Everything seems, like that impossibilities in that 1 second, fraction of a second, that impossibility drops from you. And you just, everything seems possible, that you get into that space of possibility. And I think, that is the greatest, dropping the impossibilities is really, and something changes in you, something shifts in you. You can physically feel the change. And the energy that is generated, it really, it's phenomenal.
Nithyananda, and welcome back, dear viewers. So in the next segment here, we are going to be sharing with you about some of the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. The first offering is that of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering is a beautiful offering of gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. And the reference is from the Guru Ashtakam, a very beautiful verse, a set of verses by Bhagavan, the great incarnation of Paramashiva Adi Shankaracharya. The reference is Yasho Megatam Dikshu Dana Pratapa Jagat Vastu Sarvam Kare Yat Prasadat Manaschena Lagnam Guru Randri Padme Tatakim 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 Yasho Megatam Dikshu Dana Pratapa Jagat Vastu Sarvam Kare Yat Prasadat Manaschena Lagnam Guru Randri Padme Tatakim 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 Tatakim. My repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as a reward of my virtues. Yet if one's mind is not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? Beautiful reference. What is the use of everything in the world? You may have everything. The verses say, you may have the best name and fame, you may have the best wealth, you may have you may have done so much of charity and philanthropy and all the things of this world are in your hands. Yet, if one's mind is not fixed on the lotus feet of the Guru, what is the use? What is the use? What is the use? See, even to be able to be a part of a tradition which shows you the right direction in life, the Guru. Because once you have a Guru in your life is taken care of. And just having a Guru, manifesting the Guru, and in our case, Bhagavan Paramashiva himself manifesting in the Nija Avatara, in the physical embodied form, living amongst us, living with us. And he assumed the body so that we can be liberated from our bodies. Out of his deepest compassion, the superconsciousness, Paramashiva landed on the planet Earth as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam in the year 1978 in the Vedic month of Margazhi, in the nakshatra, in the Vedic star of Chitra. And that same constellation is happening this year in the Vedic month of Margazhi, in the nakshatra, in the Vedic star of Chitra, is falling on the 28th of December. And 28th of December of this year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is completing his 44 years and entering the 45th year, blessing and gracing the world. On this very auspicious day, each and every one of us have an opportunity to offer our gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering. And the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, as referred to by Paramashiva in the Guru Gita, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, Puja Moolam Guru Padam, the ultimate source of worship is worshipping the feet of the Guru. We may have done so many pujas and rituals to deities and gods and using different mantras, yantras, tantras, but at the end of the day, like how there is a beautiful verse, if you watch the Adi Shankaracharya movie, it's a Sanskrit movie, in that there is one verse that keeps coming again and again. I love this verse. It says, Akashat patitam toyam sagaram prati gacchati. It says every drop of water that comes from the ocean, that falls from the sky, moves towards the ocean. Sagaram prati gacchati, it goes towards the ocean, like that. Every puja, every worship that you do moves towards the worshipping the feet of the divine. So all the worship that we do finally ends as a worship at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. And having a Guru in our lives, it's the ultimate luxury, it's the ultimate jackpot, it's the ultimate treasure that we can have in our lives. Because when you have a Guru, constantly you are empowered to move towards the superconscious breakthrough and not be stuck in our incompletions and patterns and the lower level emotions, but moving towards experiencing the higher levels of consciousness, experiencing the different states of consciousness, moving towards higher and higher frequencies and experiences, and living in a higher states of consciousness. That is what Swamiji does to each and every one of us, manifesting that Paramashivatva in us, through us. Swamiji is initiating all of us and giving us that beautiful blessing and boon. And just, I have lived in the monastery since the year 2009. So for the last 12 plus years, experiencing and living in that presence of the avatar, and blessed to be trained directly by the avatar and guided directly by the avatar, have life filled with so many experiences, and I would like to share maybe one or two experiences with you here in this segment, just so that we understand what does it mean to have an avatar in our lives. I can share this experience where this happened in the year 2015, and we were all preparing for the Kumbh Mela in Nasik. So the Nasik is one of the places where Kumbh Mela happens, in addition to Haridwar and Allahabad and Ujjain. So in Nasik, the Kumbh Mela was happening in the year 2015, and we had planned a grand Swamiji, had planned like a grand hall. A hall was being constructed, and we had devotees and participants coming from more than, I think, 50 countries at the time, and spending about 10 or 15 days in the presence of Swamiji in the Kumbh Mela in Nasik. So we had a huge place, and we were constructing a very beautiful tent there to accommodate everybody, right? Because in Nasik, in Kumbh Mela, they just give you a bad land, and you have to construct everything and live in that place, and construct toilets and bathrooms and halls and food, kitchen, everything has to be constructed from scratch. And you stay there for 15 days, 20 days, you dismantle everything and you come back. So it's a very beautiful experience. Never every human being has to experience this. And Kumbh Mela is one of the largest gatherings of humanity in the world. So we were preparing for the Kumbh Mela program, and Swamiji had said that, we could go there by bus. So he said about 15-20 of us, and we had the House of Representatives from all over the world, representing the various Kailasas all over the world. They had also come down. So Swamiji said, I can spend time with all of you, and we can all travel in a bus. So we were to go in a bus from Bangalore, the monastery in Bangalore, to Nasik, and Swamiji was also going to join in the bus. Typically, Swamiji travels in a car, but at that time he said, I'll join all of you in the bus itself. So it was like a 24-hour travel. So 24 hours we are going to be with Swamiji in the bus. And typically when you travel with Swamiji, the bus will never stop. Other than like for maybe a restroom break or something like that. Other than that, we don't take any stop. The bus will just go non-stop. And we had packed food, and we had packed everything that was required. So anyway, the bus started. We started at 4 a.m. in the morning from Bangalore. We started the travel. And so it is, when you travel with Swamiji, you'll literally be like laughing, because Swamiji, shares so many jokes and experiences, and it was such a joyful moment, and everybody in the bus was literally like laughing so much. And at one point, you even feel like your stomach is aching because of the laughter. That much you laugh, and it was so much of fun, and just moving around the avatar. And it was literally like, we were all transported to a different space with Swamiji. So, and every moment, sitting in the bus and sitting right by Swamiji there, 2 feet away from you, 3 feet away from you. And sometimes you even think like, is this even real? Just being there, experiencing Swamiji in such close quarters. So as we were going, it was evening 5 or 6 o'clock, and we were just entering the Maharashtra state. And Swamiji said there is a temple. It's a very famous Kolhapur Mahalakshmi temple. And on the way, and Swamiji, it belongs to Niranjani Akhada. And Swamiji said, let's have the darshan of Kolhapur Mahalakshmi as we are moving to Nasik. So immediately, a few of us made calls. We reached out to the people that were, in charge of the temple, and the arrangements were made. And the temple priests were so happy that Mahamandeshwar, like Swamiji, is coming to visit them. And they said, we will be waiting outside the temple to provide all traditional respects to Swamiji. And please ask Swamiji to come. It's a big blessing for us to receive Swamiji in the temple. So all the arrangements were made. Around, I think, maybe around 7 o'clock, the bus reached the Kolhapur. And we all got down from the bus. As we got down from the bus, there was a guide that was waiting right outside the bus. And he took us to the temple, and right in the outside the temple, the priests were standing in the Purna Kumbha, means a traditional way of welcoming the avatar. And they received Swamiji, and with a lot of respect, they took all of us, not Swamiji and the entire crew. We were taken inside, and we were taken to the Garbha Mandir, and they did the Aarti and the Puja, and they offered respects to Swamiji, and the whole the experience was so beautiful. So then what happened is we had the beautiful darshan, had the day, darshan of Devi, everything. So we came out of the temple, and so Swamiji and about, like, I think 25 of us maybe came out of the temple, and suddenly we see that the guide who took us from the parking lot, right, where the bus was parked, from there to the temple, the guide was not there. We're not able to find him. In India, it's very common. Once you pay somebody, that's all, they disappear. Their contract with you is over. Then that's it, you are left all alone. So we suddenly found out that the guide is nowhere to be seen. So, and Swamiji is already on the road. And in India, right, when the minute people see Swamiji, it was like a huge crowd will start gathering around Swamiji. So immediately we had to move. So all of us were standing. I ran to the nearby, there was a fruit vendor there with some fruits on the thing, on a cart. So I ran to the fruit vendor and I asked him, could you tell me where is the nearest, where is the parking lot of the temple? He asked me, which parking lot? I was like, yeah, the temple's parking lot. And he said, there are 10 parking lots around the temple. Which parking lot are you talking about? And I was like, dumbstruck for a moment. I was like, what, 10 parking lots? We had no clue where the parking lot, where the bus was and which parking lot. So then we frantically called the driver, and the driver's phone is switched off. There is no way we could reach the driver. So first of all, we don't know where the bus is. Second of all, we don't know which parking lot. Third of all, the driver's phone is switched off. He is not even answering the call. And fourth of all, we are standing in the road, in the middle of the road with Swamiji and 20-25 of us, and the crowd has already, of course, recognized Swamiji, and they are like coming and touching Swamiji's feet, and the crowd is gathered around Swamiji. So we immediately need to move to avoid any kind of a crowding around Swamiji. But we don't know. So what happened is all the 25 of us realized that, we should have been a little bit more responsible in identifying and noting down where the bus was, instead of just blindly following the guide and hoping that he will take us back. So anyway, all the 25 ran in 25 directions and trying to find out some information or trying to see some way to go back to where the bus was. None of us could do anything. And Swamiji realized that, he was surrounded by his great disciples and none of us knew where the bus was. So then Swamiji called me. I went to Swamiji. He said, what's happening? I said, Swamiji, we don't know where our bus is, and the driver is not answering the phone, and the guide is nowhere to be seen. And I was like, I felt so bad because, going and telling Swamiji, and Swamiji standing on the road already. And then Swamiji just closed his eyes for a few seconds, maybe 2 seconds. And then Swamiji said, go find out where is Mahalakshmi parking lot. So I immediately disappeared from the scene, ran to that fruit vendor, and I asked him, where is Mahalakshmi parking lot? Then he gave the directions, go straight, take right, and take left. So he came back and I told him, Swamiji said, let's go. So all of us started going in the direction that was told, and we reached the parking lot, we saw the bus. As we saw the bus and we were moving towards the bus, this great bus driver who decided to, offer his extreme love for us by not answering the phone, is slowly coming and he's saying, Madam, all of you have come back. I had just finished, I gone to have my dinner. So he had put his phone in the charge inside the bus and he has gone for happily went to have his dinner. Thank God he came. So he came and he opened the bus and we all got into the bus and the bus started. There was like a very unusual, silence in the bus. And so, all of us didn't know, all of us kind of felt like we goofed up a little bit, so we didn't know we even start a conversation. So there was this unusual silence in the bus. So after a few minutes, I asked Swamiji, how did you know it was Mahalakshmi parking lot? Because none of us saw the board. And Swamiji, very casually, Swamiji said, oh, I just rewinded time. And I just replayed the whole scene. And as we were walking, I saw the board Mahalakshmi parking lot. I just saw and told. Like how, when you watch a video, a YouTube video, and you want to rewind, you just pull the bar, you just pull it back and you rewatch the scene. That is how time is for Swamiji. The time is just like Swamiji can push back, pull forward, anything he wants to do with time, Swamiji can just play with time. He said, yeah, I just rewinded time. And Swamiji just replayed the whole scene. It was all of us were like, just looking at each other. It's like, who are we living with? Every moment, that's the way you feel. Swamiji Paramashiva is just giving us this ultimate blessing and boon to be in his presence and live around him. Just offering our gratitude to the Supreme Convoke of Hinduism is all that we need to do by offering the Pratyaksha Parapuja. And you can offer the Pratyaksha Parapuja, it's only $1,008. And especially on Swamiji's Jayanti, the day when Swamiji assumed the human body, just for us. Isn't that is the, every one of us should offer and say, Swamiji, thank you for coming down to planet Earth, because Swamiji is the only hope for humanity, is the only hope. If at all we have to get enlightened and merge and experience that ultimate superconscious state, Swamiji is the only hope for us. So thank you, Swamiji. Thank you for being a part of our lives. And just with that bhava, offering of immense gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. And the way you can make this offering is by visiting www.kailasamela.com/sevas. So here you see already the Nithyananda, which is the Jayanti celebrations, starting on the 16th, going till the 8th of Jan. And the 28th of December is the main day where we are celebrating Swamiji's Avatar Danotsava. And if you scroll down, you will see the Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And there are 3 steps. I will explain each of the 3 steps for you. The first step is submitting your intention. Now, let us say you really want to offer the Parapuja, but currently you do not have $1,008 to make the offering, or you are traveling and you don't know whether you will have the time to make it. You may have some meetings and you don't know whether you will be able to make it, whether in terms of time or funds, whatever. You pray to Swamiji and saying, Swamiji, please somehow make me offer the Parapuja. You do not know the power of your intention. Even if you do not have $1 in your bank account, but you have a sincere intention to offer the Parapuja or offer any seva, Swamiji will make it happen for you. So the first step is the intention form, where you create that sankalpa, you create the deep intention and offering of the intention and the divine lotus feet, just praying to Swamiji to receive the blessings. Then the next step is making the offering, right? What are the various offerings that we shared? So you click on that link that says step 2. It will take you to a page where it will say Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshans. And you click on Sevas. You will see a drop down of the Sevas. Here you see when you click on the link step 2, it will open up a page for you where you will click on Sevas. There will be a drop down of the Sevas. As you choose a specific seva or an offering, immediately the amount comes up in the bottom. And here you can see, let's choose Pratyaksha Parapuja. As you choose Pratyaksha Parapuja, you will see $1,008 coming up. Click on Add to Cart. Now, as you click on Add to Cart, it takes you to the next page where you will see the total amount. Click on Proceed to Checkout. And as you click on Proceed to Checkout, it takes you to the final page where you enter your billing details, your credit card details, and all the information. Click on I agree, I have read and agree to the terms and conditions, and you click on place order on the bottom right. So this places your order. After you place the order, after you make the payment, there is one more step you need to do, which is the Sankalpa, that's step 3. So in the step 3, what you will do is, you will fill the Sankalpa names 2021 form, where you agree to the terms and conditions, and you enter your basic details, your name, email ID, phone number, all the details. You scroll down and you choose that you are making an offering for Devi Parashakti, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. You click on next. There it will ask you for your payment order number, a payment screenshot, your passport you'll have to upload, and it will also ask you for the names of the family members for whom you want to offer that, who you want to receive the benefit of the Pratyaksha Parapuja or whatever offering that you are making. So these are the steps, so you can go ahead and make these offerings. So with that, we come to the conclusion of today's program. We'll be ending with the Purna Mantra, and we'll be moving on. The next segment, we have a very interesting segment, a panel discussion. So we'll be moving on to that very shortly. So please stay tuned, and we'll be right back with you after a very short break. We'll be concluding the segment with the Purna Mantra and moving on to the next segment. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamedavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Namaste. Om Nithyanandam.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. The ultimate divine descends in human body and expresses its extraordinary powers and experiences playfully. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of this statement. He is not Shiva as you understand, sitting in the Himalayas, frozen in the ice, in Samadhi. Sundareshwara is an artist with tremendous heart, ready to listen to human sufferings, ready to bend for human emotions. The one and only thing you need to obtain His grace is simple feeling connection. That's all. He bends for anybody, to any level. Even the word compassion is too small. He is still available. Even now, He is there. He assumes human body and relates with you, answers you, responds to you, raises you.
I don't know, I was lost. And then he was done speaking, and I mean, just tears just started pouring out of my face. I'm just like, ugh, I don't know what just happened. It was just like unbelievable. just unbelievable. I was just, oh, I'm shaking now just remembering it.
I don't know what shifts inside you. It's just, I literally felt the strong initiation happening at that time when Swamiji blessed. I don't know, it just puts you in some different world altogether. And suddenly everything seems possible. Everything seems, like that impossibilities in that 1 second, fraction of a second, that impossibility drops from you. And you just, everything seems possible, that you get into that space of possibility. And I think, that is the greatest, dropping the impossibilities is really, and something changes in you, something shifts in you. You can physically feel the change. And the energy that is generated is really, it's phenomenal.
Anandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Thandvatitam Gagana Satisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satkurum Tam Namami. Today, we would like to start by sharing 4 words with you.
Fairness,
dignity,
equality,
and respect. These 4 words are values human rights stand for. These 4 words are values KAILASA Nation stands for. KAILASA Nation, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, stands for human rights.
With the blessings of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome each and every one of you on this very significant day. December 10 is Human Rights Day as declared by the United Nations.
Her Excellency Ma Vijayapriya Nithyananda, Permanent Representative of the United Nations from Kailasa, as well as the delegates of Kailasa, Ma Nitya Katitananda, Ma Nitya Mahakatitananda, and myself, Ma Nitya Swatantra Priyananda, welcome each and every one of you on Human Rights Day, a day on which every single voice matters. This year specifically, December 10th, 2021, marks the 70th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So let us first understand, what are human rights? Human rights are the moral principles or norms that describe certain standards of human behavior and are regularly protected as legal rights in municipal and international law. Now, one may ask, why should we all care about human rights? Why should we all choose to take the responsibility to stand up for human rights? Today, we give you 10 reasons as listed by Human Rights Career.
reason number 1, Human rights ensure people have basic needs met.
Reason number 2, human rights protect vulnerable groups from abuse.
Reason number 3, human rights allow people to stand up to societal corruption.
Reason number 4, human rights encourage freedom of speech and expression.
Reason number 5, human rights give people the freedom to practice their religion or not practice any.
Reason number 6, human rights allows people to love who they choose.
Reason number 7, human rights encourage equal work opportunities.
Reason number 8, human rights give people access to education.
Reason number 9, human rights protect the environment.
And reason number 10, human rights provide a universal standard that holds governments accountable.
So who is a bold human rights defender who, despite relentless assassinations on his person and character, has never wavered from his commitment to humanity? The answer is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, was born January 3rd, 1978, to a devoted Adi Shaiva Vilarar family, to mother Lokanayaki Ammal and father Sri Arunachalam in the small town of Tiruvannamalai, Tamil Nadu.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized at the young age of 3 by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. Great rishis, munis, and siddhas, superconscious mutants, who know the science of superconsciousness as per Hinduism, predicted and recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Paramashiva and Parashakti. Having an incarnation among us, guiding us, is a very rare happening and an extraordinary blessing. The last incarnation was Lord Krishna, who happened 5,000 years ago.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived KAILASA, the ancient Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA, as it exists now, is the only Hindu nation and the first Hindu nation. Now born and practicing Hindus from around the world have a safe haven to practice their religion and lifestyle, free from the fear of persecution.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities available for humanity, giving access to education for all.
The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tells all of us, life is for others. Let us go on contributing, contributing, contributing.
At just the age of 16, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated to establish Sri KAILASA, the only Hindu nation, the first nation for Hindus worldwide. And in 2015, he was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the spiritual leader of the 2 billion Hindu diaspora worldwide.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidhanam, or Pontiff of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam, Tunde Mandala Adhinam.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, the Pontiff of Kailasonnata Shyamalapita Sarvanyapitam.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam and the 203rd Emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the present Mahamandireshwar, or the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhara, the largest apex Hindu monastic order.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 108th Acharya Mahamandaleshwara, the head for all spiritual leaders of Atal Akhada, which is the ancient apex body of Hinduism.
When it comes to human rights, what is the state of the world today? According to Human Rights Watch Report 2021, individuals and communities around the world still face human rights violations such as social restrictions, discrimination and barriers for women and girls with disabilities, discrimination based on sexual orientation, forced eviction and illegal demolitions, human trafficking, abuse by security forces, violations of indigenous rights, children's rights, and women's rights, violence against women and children, and many more.
So let's now look at our world in data. What does it say? The following map, the map that you see on your screen, shows a global view of human rights violation from a scale of 0 to 10, where 10 is the worst. We can see that in 2014, the worst human rights violations measured on multiple bases, multiple variables includes press freedom, civil liberties, political freedoms, human trafficking, political prisoners, incarceration, religious persecution, as well as torture and executions, were all occurring in the regions of Central and South America, Africa, and Asia.
According to The Economist, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to worsening of quality of democracy and human rights in many countries such as China, Thailand, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, many countries in Africa, as well as in the United States and South America. 2020 was not a good year for human rights.
The 2021 report from the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, the USCIRF, details violations of religious freedom in countries and non-state entities, each of which are categorized in 3 separate lists. To be included on one of those lists, the country or entity must engage in or tolerate severe violations of religious freedom, violations which are systematic, ongoing, and egregious, such as torture, cruel or inhuman treatment or punishment, prolonged detention without charges, disappearance by abduction, and flagrant denial of life, liberty, or security. As we can see from this map, countries such as India and China, highlighted in the red, appear among the countries listed as particular concerns.
A recent example of the religious violence that flared up in India and Bangladesh are the recent deadly attacks during the Hindu festival. On October 15th, 2021, an angry mob attacked a Hindu temple in Comilla, Bangladesh. Since the first attacks, mobs have torched dozens of Hindu homes and vandalized temples and statues throughout the country.
Bangladeshi Hindus now live in fear following the multiple mob attacks. But let us not think this is of a recent activity. The atrocities against Hindus culminated back in 1971 in Bangladesh during the Bangladesh Liberation War. And it was a dark period for Bangladeshi Hindus as they became the victims of this horrendous genocide. The Hindu population is now less than 10%, which is half of the population 70 years ago. And according to BBC News report, October 2021, Hindus constitute less than 9% of Bangladesh's more than 165 million population. And though there have been several attacks on religious minorities in the past, community leaders say this is the worst large-scale mob violence against the community in the country's history. On October 21st, 2021, Human Rights Watch said the authorities should take immediate steps to protect Hindu religious minorities and prosecute those responsible, including members of law enforcement agencies, for unlawful violence. The UN resident coordinator, Mia Seppo, called for peace, stating that recent attacks on Hindus in Bangladesh, fueled by hate speech on social media, are against the values of the Constitution and need to stop.
The United Nations has published 5 reports from KAILASA Nation thus far, out of which 4 specifically expose the human rights violations committed against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, ASMT, particularly women and children. December 2nd, 2021 marks a very important day in history. On that day, KAILASA Nation was invited to take part in the United Nations second meeting, 14th session of the Forum on Minority Issues, to bring alarming human rights violations to the attention of the international community. Yes, Hindu minorities are being persecuted in India itself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the leader of the 2 billion Hindu diaspora worldwide, is being persecuted. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's persecution is a continuation of the 1,000 years long silent yet unabated Hindu genocide. The international community needs to know about it. So we would now like to share with the world the video that is making history and giving hope to the persecuted Hindu indigenous minorities worldwide.
The Paramashivoham, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums. I want to specifically bring to light the attack on minority Hindu traditions. Hinduism, as people know, is not a single monolithic religion, but it's made up of thousands of unique Enlightenment ecosystems, which are called sampradayas. In recent times, many Hindu gurus, Hindu minority traditions, and temples have come under attack by majority ideologies, and a large number of traditions have virtually disappeared. There has been no recognition of the attacks by international human rights groups, as in these cases, it is difficult for outsiders to distinguish the attackers from the attacked. For the past 10 years, the KAILASA nation and SPH Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam have been attacked and silenced in India as a religious minority, as a linguistic minority, and because extremist elements are opposed to KAILASA's stance when it comes to the rights of women, including marginalized Dalit women and the rights of members of the LGBTQ and transgendered communities. In 2019, KAILASA approached the OHCHR presenting the case of persecution, and when this document reached the Indian media, a very well-funded defamation campaign was started by news sources which were supportive of the Union government, alleging treason and sedition on part of the KAILASA nation. A number of false cases were subsequently registered against KAILASA leaders, and one of our university campuses for women in the state of Gujarat was razed to the ground in a matter of days by mobs along with the local government. KAILASA has since submitted a number of reports on the persecution to various forums available within the UN, but not much action has been taken. In June 2021, KAILASA made a submission on the attacks of ASMT women in the session by the UN Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women on the Rights of Indigenous Women, and further submitted reports on how to end femicide and on gender justice. Later in September, KAILASA's report on media disinformation in India, which is a big problem, was accepted by the Special Rapporteur for the right to freedom of opinion and expression.
I apologize, but the 2 minutes have expired. Thank you for your statement.
For the past 27 years, the leader of the 2 billion Hindu diaspora worldwide, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has contributed to the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its 10,000 lineages, and stood for the rights of women and LGBTQ+ communities. For this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been a target of political and religious persecution, extrajudicial and mob lynching, assassination attempts, illegal imprisonment, torture, character assassination, degrading and inhuman treatment during illegal imprisonment.
Before we look at the specific examples of human rights violations perpetrated on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is important to understand how lawfare and media disinformation were and are still used as weapons against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been systematically planned, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has faced massive malicious prosecution. The attacks were blatant human rights violations. The malicious trial by media prosecution aimed at, number one, delegitimizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a hate propaganda, disenfranchising him of his civil and human rights, prejudicing him from fair representation and fair trial. Number two, pressing multiple false charges on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism so that either he can be eliminated by custodial torture or illegally convicting him with life sentence. Number three, repeated illegal imprisonment with brazen torture, custodial assassination attempts. This lawfare was sustained by a media manufactured hate propaganda. Number four, a well-planned, multi-layer false hate propaganda by the Fourth Estate media. This lawfare and propaganda made the public morally disengaged and insensitive to the dehumanization done to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The lawfare and propaganda made the public choose a state of willful ignorance to the persecution. The lawfare gave a platform for the anti-Hindus to engage in victim blaming and shaming. The lawfare justified bystander apathy of Hindus to their own genocide.
மீண்டும் போலீசாரால் கைது செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளார்.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism underwent a vicious trial by the media and was treated as guilty without any evidence of crime. He was then illegally arrested and detained. The first unlawful arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happened and took place on April 21st, 2010 in Solan, Himachal Pradesh, India. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it was in illegal police custody from April 21st, 2010 to April 30th, 2010. Torture of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took place under police custody in the CID office in Bengaluru, Karnataka, South India. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also illegally arrested for a second time by the state government on June 14th, 2012, which you can see in this short clip. Based on the chief minister's fundamentally illegal order, the state police used brutal force while unlawfully arresting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples were attacked by anti-Hindu terrorist elements who illegally trespassed and forcibly barged into the monastery premises and sexually assaulted the female monks and made violent murder attempts on monks and males of the and disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yet, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was faced with allegations of violation of peace and law and order. To seek anticipatory bail in the face of the false charges against him, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism approached the court, but was illegally arrested in the court premises. The High Court in its order implicitly exposed the state terrorism, where it termed the arrest as illegal, without any authority, contrary to law, and without jurisdiction. However, there were no repercussions for the state, and such instances continued until 2018, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was forced to withdraw from public life and illegally forced into statelessness by the denial of his natural citizenship and due to repeated illegal detentions, torture in custody, and assassination attempts. And yesterday, at the panel discussion for the International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of Genocide and of the Prevention of Crime, we spoke about how the denial of one's citizenship is lawfare, is persecution, and an element of genocide, a complete violation of basic human rights.
Articles 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 27 of the International Covenant on civil and political rights, the ICCPR, were blatantly violated multiple times by the state and even celebrated in media, adding to the trauma of physical and mental torture.
Article number 1, all human beings are free and equal.
Article number 2, no discrimination.
Article number 3, the right to life.
Article number 5, no torture and inhuman treatment.
Article number 6, same right to use law.
Article number 7, equal before the law.
Article number 8, the right to be treated fair by court.
Article number 9, no unfair detainment.
Article number 10, right to trial.
Article number 11, innocent until proven guilty.
Article number 12, right to privacy.
Article number 13, freedom to movement and residence.
Article number 14, right to asylum.
Article number 15, right to nationality.
Article number 17, right to own things.
Article number 18, freedom of thought and religion.
Article number 19, freedom of opinion and expression.
Article number 20, right to assemble.
Article number 21, right to democracy.
Article number 22, right to social security.
Article 27, right of cultural and art.
So today on Human Rights Day, we are telling the world about some of the illegal acts perpetrated against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for which no one has been held accountable till date. During the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's illegal detainment from April 21st, 2010 till April 30th, 2010, police grilled the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So what happened? Well, the police bombarded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with powerful lights and loud, shrill noises of tile cutting machine. This is how creative they were, because this was done to psychologically weaken him and make him give a false confession about a crime that never happened and he never committed. The grilling continued throughout the day and late night, where officers took turns, ensuring the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was never able to sleep, not for 1 minute. But it didn't stop there. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was subjected to third-degree torture, including induced asphyxiation, forced breathing of asbestos dust to cause mesothelioma, violent damage of internal organs in the pretext of medical tests, injection of lethal poisons in blood tests, forced starvation, severe dehydration, and sleep deprivation, and multiple such attempts to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in police custody.
Special room created for interrogation. The room was created for the single purpose of interrogating the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and never used again. The cell was fitted with special CCTV cameras, the footage of which was given to the media, which aired this video and published it on other websites. The footage had no audio, as most CCTV cameras record only video. The channel on their own added their own audio and subtitles. The entire media report was false and supported the unfair trial against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Without any remorse, the channels maintain their stand and to date continue to host this video on their websites. Even several court orders have not stopped the media houses from aiding unfair treatments or trials against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We can also see the guidelines written by the instructions here on the bottom left by the Administration Officer, Director General of Police, CID Bangalore. He writes, also remember that most interrogation rooms are small and consist of nothing but a chair and maybe a table. Maybe the lighting real harsh and make the room real drab, unless you're going for a freaky effect like in The Matrix. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally detained from April 21, 2010 to April 30th, 2010. And during that time, in the name of interrogation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism experienced violation of numerous human rights violations from Articles 2 of the ICCPR, which is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It is a multilateral treaty adopted by the United Nations General Assembly Resolution, Article 2 to Article 28. Actually, torture and abusive interrogation tactics are illegal under both United States law and international law. Even if those laws are changed, United States interrogators are still bound by the Constitution amendments for protection from torture.
The urine outlet from toilet was used to make the prison cell unlivable. The cells in which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was confined for 53 days were in absolutely unhygienic, visibly inhuman conditions. The floor was filled with green algae and mold, with stagnant yellow urine water leaking from the sanitary installations from the adjacent cell and attracting mosquitoes. The walls were completely oily with an unknown pungent substance. His cell had no light, fan, or proper ventilation system to let in the fresh air. Eyewitnesses told the disciples that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was often experiencing breathing issues and no medical support was provided. When the disciples requested for the change of cell, the prison officials told, "This is a palace for the dog who will die in another few days." The disciples begged the police to allow them to clean the prison cell, but the officers would neither have prison staff nor the disciples clean it. As a Hindu monk and leader of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as per principles of Hinduism, lives the vow of inner and outer cleanliness, which was purposefully violated, especially to break the spirit of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the ASMT and core disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
In police custody for over 8 days, more than 192 hours, 691,200 seconds, the CID ensured that neither food nor water was given to His Divine Holiness. The CID kept him hungry. The police even offered food, which was brought in a tiffin by the monks after taking court's approval, and enjoyed it for themselves, and replaced it with beef and other non-vegetarian items, and force-fed this to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is a direct violation of the religious beliefs of Hinduism, as the killing of any animals for food, especially that of a cow, whose divine mother is sacrilegious. And we can clearly see some of the violations when it comes to the sacrilegious violations against human rights. And these are all listed on the slide.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was denied the right to worship. The CID had actually taken the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Rudraksha Mala, the rosary beads, which he had since childhood. It was given to him by his gurus and had it with him even when he had walked over 6,000 kilometers throughout the length and breadth of India as a young traveling ascetic in his teenage. After the CID had forcefully taken his Rudraksha Mala, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tore a long portion of his kavi, or the saffron cloth, and tied knots in it and made a rosary out of it. The Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pita Madurai Adinam is the world's most ancient monastery that is still functional to this date. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is its 293rd pontiff. Throughout the documented history of the monastery, which spans at least 3,000 years of worship to the sacred Shivalinga, has never even once been missed even for a single day. However, during the 14 June 2012 illegal arrest, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was denied the right and responsibility to execute his core responsibility of offering daily worship to the Shivalinga. This broke the tradition which had even survived during the 1,000-year Hindu Holocaust perpetrated as the world's bloodiest genocide that killed more than 400 million Hindus. And as we can see here, in regards to the denial to the right to worship, many of the articles of the ICCPR were violated.
On April 29, 2010, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's passport was illegally impounded without any intimation or justification whatsoever. The illegal act violates the right to travel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, preventing him from traveling. This human rights violation unlawfully restricts physical movement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It unlawfully restricts the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from seeking legal support, and it prevents the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from meeting his devotees. This was done with the intention to leave the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism helpless and resourceless. This was executed with continuous assassination attempts to ensure his extermination in person and principle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally exiled into statelessness by denial of natural citizenship. The illegal impounding of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's passport on April 29, 2021 is in fact against the ruling of the Supreme Court of India. In Suresh Nanda versus CBI 2008, the Supreme Court of India ruled, point number 15, in our opinion, even the court cannot impound a passport. In Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India 1978, the Supreme Court of India ruled, the right to travel abroad is guaranteed under Article 21.
Hinduism is pro-human rights. We would like to now share a few concrete examples of how Hinduism is pro-human rights and promotes values of non-violence and tolerance in its source scriptures. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that, number 1, all human beings are free and equal. Hinduism not only promotes equality of all beings and all genders, it gives each one a unique place. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism allows both men and women to become monks and to serve equally in all capacities. In order to bridge the gender gap and to bring equal rights, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism actively initiates women into sannyas or monkhood and ordains them as priests in his monastic order, the Nithyananda Sannyas Sampradaya. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism progressive vision has made him the target of vicious persecution by the neo-Hindutva extremists who despise women in monastic and priestly roles.
Example number 2, no discrimination. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is also the spiritual head of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, the ASMT, has legitimized same-sex marriages as Hindu scriptures recognize the 11 genders. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has publicly declared himself to be transcendental gender and possessing multiple gender components. This is one of the reasons why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been targeted by the neo-Hindutva extremists who see LGBTQ+ rights as immoral.
The Universal Declaration of Human Rights states at Article 18, freedom of thought and religion. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declared on November 27, 2021, Hinduism neither terrorizes nor converts. Hinduism embraces, empowers, enriches, enlightens. In Bhagavad Gita Decoded, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully explains that each one has the freedom to choose their path. Each one has the freedom to choose one's own God. Each one has the freedom to consider himself or herself as God as he or she realizes the divinity in himself or herself. Eastern traditions offer many choices. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains, if you are an intellectual person, then Shiva could be your choice, and you can continuously sit and meditate. If you are inclined towards devotion, then Vishnu could be your choice. The path includes singing and dancing like the great masters, Chaitanya and Mira. Just sing the glory of the Lord like the Aswars, devotional saints of Tamil Nadu, related with Vishnu. If you are inclined towards yoga, if you are a yogi, then Devi is the one for you. Meditate on her, offer worship and tantric practices.
Despite the relentless persecution done to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he continues day in and day out to contribute to humanity. As in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, life is for others. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully shares, that we should go on contributing. So let us now look at this short but very inspirational video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, give love to yourself and to others more and more.
Giving love to yourself, giving love to others, more and more people, more and more situations, more and more beings. Giving love, taking intense decisions to enrich world, enrich others, Tyaga. Tyaga removes all the negativity from not only your mind It removes negativity even from your intestine. The parasites, microbes from your intestine gets clean. Gets clean. When you start smiling at people, loving people, giving security to people, making people feel secured about you, with you, around you, you can learn this. If you observe my lifestyle sincerely, intensely, you can learn this. Listen carefully. The only reason I am working, active, alive, continuously, my sincere tyaga, sacrifice, love. Last 26 years, we have a documented history of my life. See, my whole 43 years is the great tyaga, hard work of my gurus. But 26 years, we have documentation available. The work I am doing continuously active, alive, repeatedly. How many times people try to break me? Not only I don't get disturbed, not only I don't fight back with them, not only I don't vomit any violence or anger, disturb my identity due to them, I just make them irrelevant in my life and continuously work. Do what I need to do. If you study Nithyananda Pedia, the whole documentation of my life, you will understand what I am saying. More than 26 years, sincere, intense work is just because of my simple love and simple dedication, sincere tyaga. Not for name and fame. And actually, I did not get the name and fame. I only got blamed. I only got accused. I did not get name and fame. So, nobody can say I worked because for name and fame. Who got name and fame? Last 10 years especially, being beaten left and right, accused, and assassination attempts, murder attempts, or any other every possible lawfare, cyberbullying, every possible problems were dumped on me. And whatever wealth gathered around me, the organization I built, everything was taken away from me. Everything was stolen and torn to pieces. I did not get anything. But still, I continue to work, and highly excited, highly inspired, intense, only getting more and more intense, sincere in my decisions, in my actions. I am taking my profession more and more seriously, my mission more and more seriously. Bring intense love to your being, you will have such high life energy.
So as we end today's presentation, a few key elements one should remember. Firstly, that religious minority rights are human rights, and that violation of the rights of Hindus is a violation of human rights. And it is because of the relentless and hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the revival of KAILASA, the only Hindu nation risking his own life to protect persecuted Hindus worldwide, Hindu minority traditions now have a voice and an opportunity to be heard in international forums such as the United Nations. And despite the target being the target of the horrendous crime and human rights violations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to work for the betterment of humanity and for a violence-free Ahimsa world. We would like to sincerely thank you for tuning in to today's presentation as we honor the 70th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And let us take bold action in whichever form to ensure that human rights are protected. And as Hindus, let us do whatever we need to do with sincerity, with love, with excitement, intensity, and devotion. And let us continuously empower, enrich, and enlighten. We will now end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukar Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham.